Welcome in the first lesson of this high-end retouch in Photoshop. We're going to start from the most basic and actually from one of the most important things in every kind of retouch. We're going to work with skin texture. We're going to fix the skin texture. We're going to remove blemishes. So all about this lesson is working with the skin. But however, as in other retouch, we have to care about pimples, we have to remove the pimples and make the skin smooth. In high-end retouch is a little bit more precise. We not only have to remove the pimples and make the skin smooth, but we have to remove the pimples, remove all the bad colors from the image. We have to remove all the small hair that actually can find somewhere above the eyebrows. We have to remove the stray hair from the face. So basically we have to make the skin looks totally perfect, totally beautiful, but at the same point we have to keep the natural skin texture. And of course at the end we have to fix the skin tones because they are never perfect on the unretouched skin. So let's create a help layer so I could show you what to do is at first I'm going to create this new layer and I'm going to rename this as a help layer. It's just to show you which things we have to fix in this first lesson, which things we have to take care of. As you can notice on the face, there is a few small pimples. Of course, that's the part, obviously, for sure we have to remove these small little parts that actually doesn't look perfect. And it's not only these parts, but as you can see, these weird colors over here, these dark small spots over here, all of this has to be, of course, to be removed. When we zoom it even more, as you can see, here between the eyebrows we have some small hair. These parts, of course, are not something we want. There's few more hair on the top of the forehead, and of course, the other thing you can for sure see, the tones on this face are not really perfect. Actually, I'm not sure who was doing makeup or who was a photographer, but the skin tones for sure are not perfect. So that's all the things we have to take care of. And as you can see, that's not only the face picture, but there's much more to fix on the whole body. We have some things on the neck, there's some things on the hands to fix. So all of this we're going to take care in this first lesson. So I'm going to remove this help layer as we don't need this anymore. That was just to show you an example of the things we have to remove, we have to fix. So I'm going to start with a really great method you may be heard of. It's called frequency separation. And it's probably the best tool to use to retouch the skin, to fix the skin texture, and to fix the tones. So the first thing we have to do, we have to duplicate our original layer, our original picture twice. You can press Alt, Control, Command, and J to copy this. And one of this layer I'm going to call Color. And then once again, and this let's call Texture. So let's start with the color layer. And the things we have to do, we have to go to the Gaussian blur. And right now, we have to make this picture a little bit blurry, but it depends on the size of the picture, so I'm not going to tell you the amount of the blur you have to set. it's all about your picture. This picture is pretty standard. It's pretty good resolution. So you have to find the point. You have to find the moment on your picture when you make this blurry, when you move your radius, when this picture is actually losing the details. As you can see, when we move this right, I have to do this very slow because this computer is not really fast. But as we move in this slowly right, as you can notice, here around 7, maybe a little bit more, I'm losing pretty much details from the face, but I want to keep the general shape. I want to see I still want to see the eyes, I still want to see the lips, but I want all the small details disappear from this image. So I'm going to set a radius, I think around 9 pixels will be alright. And now that's the second part. We have to go into the texture layer and then go to image and choose apply image. So the thing we have to do here, we have to start from the layer. We have to choose the color layer because all the colors we're going to take from this layer, and then go to blending. And about blending, we have to choose subtract as it's 8-bit image, but I'm going to explain this soon. And then scale 2 and offset 128. I'm not going to tell you why the settings are like this, why the scale is 2 and offset is 128, and probably not many people can tell you this, but it's not going to work with different settings. I can show you when I set 100, it doesn't really work like this. The right settings is offset 128 and scale is 2. And pretty much always will be the same settings, only one case when you put different settings is when you work with 16-bit image, so when you work with raw image. More likely most of the people works with 8-bit image at this point, so but just in case if it will be 16-bit image, instead of subtract we're going to choose add. The offset will be 0 and then we have to hit invert, but as I said we're working on 8-bit image, so that's the right settings. So let me put this into the group, these two layers, Ctrl Command G, and I'm going to call this frequency separation. I hope I didn't make any mistake. So okay, and we have to change the blending for this texture layer from normal into linear light. And the thing we can notice right now, nothing actually changed from our original image. As you can see, it's exactly the same. There's absolutely no difference between our original image and between these two layers above. You can ask, how does it actually happen? Because everything we have into this group is our original layer. We took the colors from our original layer, but we make the texture actually blurry. So we took the colors, we keep the colors from the original layer, and the other layer is our original texture. So when we connect these two layers, it's actually exactly the same image, exactly the same amount of information as into our original layer. So it's exactly the same. We keep the color on this blur layer and we keep the texture on this layer, and that gives you our original image. Now I'm going to create one more layer. It's going to be just helpful layer. So hit just new layer between these two layers, between color and texture, and I'm going to call this layer tones. So that, as I said, that's just helpful layer, and we're going to fix tones on this layer. So that's the pretty much introduction into frequency separation. That was the basic how to prepare the layers for frequency separation, creating color layer, tones, and texture. And now we actually ready to start our work with frequency separation. We are ready to start retouching our skin. As we made everything to do our photo retouch, and I'm going to remind this once again, in high-end retouch we always use frequency separation method to do our retouch. It's going to let us to keep original image texture and keep the natural look at the same point. We're not going to get this plastic and unnatural look, so we always going to use frequency separation method. That's the best method to do any kind of retouch. And the fact, as I said before, and as you can notice, it's not really perfect image. The first fact, it's not only the face, so we have quite huge area to do our skin retouch, to do our basic skin retouch, and the fact it's not really perfect image, so we have a lot of spots, a lot of small hair, and a lot of areas to actually do this basic skin retouch. So it will be very long process. It's not really good for me, and it's not really good for any retoucher when there's many things to do. As you can see, there's many spots, so it's not really good for me. However, it's really good for you if you want to learn something. So by the fact it's going to be a really long process, I'm going to split this frequency separation method for two parts. In the first part, I'm going to remove all of the small spots, all of the small hair I need to take care of at first, and in another lesson, another part of the lesson with our frequency separation retouch, I'm going to work with tones and colors, and I'm going to fix the general tones. So as I'm going to start with the small spots and small areas, I'm going to start from the texture. So hit the texture layer, as I am, it's that gray layer, and if you cannot see all of the spots on the image, you can open some help layer for yourself. The first thing is we can change linear light for now into normal blending mode, so now you can see a bit more details about our texture. And especially you're going to see more details when we hit our adjustment layers, and from our adjustment layers we're going to choose curves. So sorry for it. And when you choose curves, you can simply drag your shadow area down and bring up the highlight area like this. And when you actually do this, you can see all of the details from the image you want to fix. It wasn't so clear at first when we started, especially in linear light in our original image, but as we do all of this, you can see all of the ugly, all of the dirty parts we have to fix on the texture layer. So I'm going to start like this, as I can see everything. However, usually I prefer working on the normal image and see everything, but I'm going to show you at first, if just in case if you'd prefer working like this to see more details, because actually right now, even if I zoom it out, I can see everything. I can see even the lights on the forehead I need to remove. So it's really a great way to do this. Just curves, work with curves to bring up all the details, and now you can see how this image looks like, how the texture of this image looks like. So to work with frequency separation, we have to hit this clone stamp tool, and remember to have checked current layer. If you have selected, for example, all layers, it won't work for you. So always in this case case current layer, and mode just a normal. Alright, so the things we're going to do are, as you can see, the small spots. So at first I'm going to remove the small spots. So what we're going to do, we have to press Alt next to the place, next to the spot we want to remove. So press Alt and hit into this area to take a clone from this area, and just press on the spot you want to remove. I'm going to zoom this a little bit more, so now I can see really a lot. I wouldn't be bothered about the small things, because all of the small things I'm going to fix working with tone and colors. So I mean the smallest thing, so like but the rest of the small spot, just hit Alt and just fix these areas. It's going to be a really long process, as I said, so I'm just going to show you a few things and then I'm going to speed up this video a little bit. I'm not going to remove all of this because there's better method to do this, but just the main spots, the main small spots, we have to fix really. So as I said, hit Alt next to the area we want to remove and then just paint on this area. The thing I can say doing this right now, I highly recommend you Wacom tablet. However, using mouse you can do this as well. I was doing this with mouse a very long time and it was fine. However, using Wacom tablet you can paint this very quickly, so it's really huge comfort to do this, right? So as you can see, when we actually made this huge contrast on this layer, we can see everything. And what we are doing now, we fix actually everything. I'm going to show you this on the original layer, linear light, of course. So take a look how this image is actually changing. As you can see, it's like magic, but it's of course not any magic, and all of the spots disappearing. So I'm going to change this into normal layer, then curve, so I can see all the details, and I'm going to work with this. So do the same steps, remove all of the spots, all of the main spots you can see. Of course, these white areas you have to remove as well. They look the worst, and they look actually worse than all of the pimples, all of the spots. So the white areas are quite basic thing to remove, this kind of hair. And of course in the nose, which is really important, we don't want our model to have the hair inside, so just remove it. Just do this as well inside the nose, remove all of the hair. When we zoom this out, of course you cannot notice this much, but sometimes you can, so this is pretty much important thing to do. So right now I'm going to speed up this video a little bit. As I told probably everything what you need right now, and if I get any point to say something more, of course I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what we have to do. Of course, the thing I have to say right now, you can fix the big parts of the lips right now. We're not going to do the main our lip retouch in this lesson, but this all white spots, it's really good to fix right now as a part of the skin retouch and everything. So later our work will be easier, just basic retouch like this. So cover all of the ugly spots and bad areas which will be difficult to remove a bit later. Of course, all of the white spots, as the same as before, just cover it. So as you can see, all of the specific thing and the things, as you can notice, which I was saying before, I leave them really big areas, so I leave the really small spots. I'm not removing all of the spots, but when we go to our forehead, you can notice some really specific parts. Here between the eyebrows we have a lot of hair, so that's the thing obviously we have to take care of. Other thing is the hair above the eyebrows and the hair, some of the hair on the top of the forehead as well, as you can see. So all of this we going to remove. So I'm going to show you what I'm doing. Just the same as before, hit next to this and remove this area. The same with the hair between the eyebrows. Hit next and just the main hair, don't worry about the small one, because with the small one we can sort it out with our tones and colors. So just the biggest hair that doesn't look so well, and you can notice straight away, just like me. Very easy. Of course, the main road on the forehead as well, I mean that wrinkle, we can do this right now very easily using frequency separation. And what's the very important compared to other retouch, when we use frequency separation, as you can see, we are not losing our skin texture, so we actually making this skin beauty and natural, but we're not losing the skin texture at all, so it all looks still natural. So as I said, all of the main hairs, and I'm going to speed up right now because it's quite many of them, and soon we will get to the another important part to remove, and I'm going to talk again. And the other very important thing, as you can see, we have some pores from the face coming out, especially here on the makeup, all of the white spots. So you have to find the biggest one and do the same. Of course, don't forget, don't miss them, just find all of the white spots, especially on the pores, they coming out, and try to cover some of the biggest ones. Don't worry about all of them, just the bigger ones, the most shiny ones. Take care of them. Especially on the second eye, I have a bit more. So all of the shiny areas, change them a little bit. It doesn't look well when it's the pores are too shiny. A bit later we're going to remove this totally, all of the pores, or make them way smaller, but the biggest ones areas we can sort out right now. Just a few more pimples over here, and then we can move on to the next part. So I'm still not done, but I decided to show you right now everything. So as you can see, we have few more big spots on the neck, on the hand, so all of this has to be done, of course, as well. Just like me, the same method all the time. As you can see, very easy, just the biggest ones, don't worry about the small ones. I'm going to repeat this all the time, and don't worry about all of the tones. Now the one thing we have to really take care of are the biggest spots. So okay, I think we did really great job with removing all of the small spots from this image, all of the small ugly spots of this image, but we keep the smallest pores and the tones. So in the next part of this frequency separation lesson, we're going to take care about the spots. Right now we remove everything that we actually needed, the most needed things to remove. We remove the stray hairs, which is actually difficult to remove just working with tones, and the black spots, the pimples, and all of the black hairs. So you have to agree, we did really great job, and see you in a bit in another part of this frequency separation lesson. And right now you're going to see how really powerful frequency separation is. before I was working on this texture layer, so now we are moving into color layer, and this is fantastic method if you need to do some quick retouch. I do not recommend you the previous method with texture layer if you don't have time, if you just want to do like quick retouch, not the high-end retouch. I just recommend you to use this method because it's really powerful. Of course, it doesn't mean it's not a great method. The fact it's really quick method, powerful, and helps you to save some time, it doesn't mean it's the worst method than the previous one, but it's really great and powerful method, and I'm just using these two methods to do different things in high-end retouch. So I'm going to zoom this picture at first, and I just want to see the cheek quite clear right now, somewhere here. Let's zoom it a little bit more, and the thing we have to do, we have to choose lasso tool. You can just press L on your keyboard or find it over here. Lasso tool is the best to use this method. Of course, you can use different kind of selection tool. Is for sure the number one to do this. Let's just select quite big area at first, just over here. Well, just something like this. And you have to set your feather right now. I set this quite nice now. As you can see, the edges are quite blurry, not too strong. Maybe I can change the feather just a little bit down, maybe just to 17. It doesn't mean the 17 will be right for you, but this picture is quite wide, so I don't need really huge feather. And right now I think my edges are quite okay, just a little bit blurry, not too much, so I think it's totally fine. So I'm going to work with something like this, maybe even a bit more, maybe just 18 pixels, it will be okay. So I'm going to zoom this right now once again, and the thing we have to do, just I zoom this so much because I want to just do really nice selection over here next to the edge. So I'm going to do this selection just next to the hair, like this. And as you can see, I'm selecting really big areas right now, because this method works on really big areas. So now I'm going to find Gaussian blur, so hit filter, blur, and then Gaussian blur. So when you drag down the radius, you can see our actual texture. That's our image. As you can see, it's not really great. We have some different colors, etc. However, when we bring radius up just a little bit, I guess it will be around 20 pixels, maybe around 22 pixels. What is happening? Actually, our skin texture is changing a bit, and to be more precise, not skin texture, but the colors are getting smooth, perfect, and natural. However, our texture is not really changing, because all of the texture is not destroying our texture. So when we make this blur, when we zoom this, we can see we keep the natural looking texture, because all the texture is on this gray layer and our colors are here. And I'm working right now on the color layer, so my skin is getting smooth because I'm blurring the color. However, the texture is staying still natural. So you have to say it's really a great tool to do this. And then we just have to repeat the same thing on the other parts of the face. So we can save really loads of time using this method. And right now we don't have to change the Gaussian blur on every part, so we just can hit Ctrl Command F to repeat the thing we did before, and just do this on all the parts you actually need. I'm doing this on the whole face actually, to not make any differences between some areas later, as well as I'm making this on the makeup area over here to make the makeup a bit more smooth, a bit more natural, not that strong. Hit F, and as you can see, even our makeup is looking much better right now, because it's just making the pores a bit disappear. Over here, of course, forehead as well. So it takes a while, but you can obviously see it's incredible, just quick. Just repeat the same things all the time on the whole our face. So after this we can move down to do the neck and some other parts. However, when I'm doing the neck, sometimes I used to change the radius for the Gaussian blur or the things. We just have to check if it works right for us. So like, if it won't be perfect, we can always change the radius for the Gaussian, because I think, as you can see, when we retouch neck, it might be a little bit too strong, so I just prefer to change my radius a little bit, maybe down to maybe 17 for this area will be enough, as I don't want this to look too plastic or something like this, so not that strong. Yeah, I think it's good right now. And I think we did really great job. And I think we did really great job with frequency separation. Take a look how it looked before and how it looked after this quick retouch. Most of the things we did right now in this quick part, in this very fantastic method. So now on the one part which is left in the frequency separation, it's going to be our tones. For me, tones is the most difficult part in this frequency separation section. Some people is not doing this, but I believe right now when we look at the image, it looks really great compared to something we had before. However, I believe it's not everything. Some people finish their work on this level. I don't think it's enough in high-end retouch, as there is some more things we have to fix, some tones and some face colors we have to fix. So our job with skin retouch, with fixing tones, it's not done yet. Let me zoom this image a little bit, so I'm going to make this a bit more clear for you why I think it's not actually done. As you can see here on the right side of the face, we have this ugly white line. I'm not sure what exactly is that. I think the makeup is done here and it wasn't clear till the end, or maybe photographer put the lights not really correct. So that's the thing for sure we have to take care of. As you can see here on the nose area, some of the colors doesn't look that nice. For example, here is a bit too bright and this area is a bit too dark, I think. So yes, there's obviously a few elements we have to fix. And another thing here under the lips on the left side, we have a bit too dark area, so I would like to take care of, and maybe a little bit on the neck. So basically, before I start, as you can see, I created the tone layer. However, in this case, I have to work a little bit with texture once again in correcting the tones. So to not make any mess right now, actually about curves, we can remove this help layer. It was only for our correction, so we don't need this anymore. We can remove this layer, and I'm going to duplicate this frequency separation group. So Alt Control J to duplicate this. I'm going to call this group for now as a tones. I will change maybe a bit later, but tones seems alright. And as you can see, everything is the same, nothing changed, because this layer is linear light once again, so it's exactly the same. However, as I'm going to work a bit texture on the texture, a bit different than before, so I don't want to do such a mess on this texture layer. I prefer to make this separate, so just in case if I'm going to do something wrong, I still have that previous group, so I can start over again and again. So if I do any mistakes, it gives me discomfort. I will not destroy all of my work. So working with our tones, we're going to use brush and once again clone stamp tool in the case of working with texture. However, as you can see on the top, we have opacity and flow, and that flow is pretty much important. I'm going to use this quite much. So now I'm going to create new project to show you the difference between opacity and flow and explain why in this case, in case of high-end retouch, more likely I'm using flow at 5, 20 or even 1% instead of using opacity at 25 or 1%. So let me create a new project quickly. Can press just Ctrl Command N, and I'm going to make this brush a bit bigger. I'm going to change the flow right now at 100% to show you just the maximum of everything. How does it work? I'm using the brush. I'm going to change the color a little bit for just black color. And how does it actually work? That if we have both at 100%, we just get simple black color, no difference. We can paint many times and it will be still the same color because it's just totally black color. Now let's change opacity at, let's say, 30%. And what is happening, I'm using pen right now. The same, how does it work when you use mouse? When I press my pen and trying to paint something, as you can see, no matter how many times I paint in the same area, the color stays exactly the same, nothing is changing. When you go this way or this way, it's still the same color. As you can see, no matter how much pressure I'm going to put, it's the same color. To make this a bit stronger, I have to pull up my pen, and the same, I have to unclick the mouse, and then when I press once again and paint once again, I add another 30%. So as you can see, the color is darker right now. However, it doesn't give me this fluent work, it doesn't give me this control. So let's change the properties right now. I'm going to change opacity at 100% and flow I'm going to change at just 10%, let's say. So I used to call the flow just control option, something that gives you really good workflow, actually, we can say like this. So when we use flow and we want to work with tones, we want to add some color and we want to have really nice control, we have to put enough color as much we need. So when we work with flow, and it all depends on our pen pressure. When we just paint once, we have very soft color. As you can see, it's different it depends on the pressure, but when we move more and more, the same when we use mouse, the color is getting stronger. So for example, if I want to, in some area I want to put very soft color, I add just little pressure, but however, if we need to put a bit more pressure, we just have to paint one over and over without putting up the pen or without unclicking the mouse. So, and the color is getting stronger. So that's how flow actually works. As you can see, it all depends on the pressure. It gives us control, so it's really nice control tool actually to work with our project. So I'm going to close this right now, and we can start our work. So right now we're going to work a bit different than before we were working on our texture. Let me zoom this image at first to see exactly what we have to do. You have to get off of this ugly white line, this unnatural looking line. It doesn't look so well just on this image, so we have to get this off. It just happens. So we're going to choose clone stamp tool as we did before, and let's set the flow around 50%. I think it will be enough. It won't be too strong, but 50% is totally optimal. It's even quite strong, but in this case it's going to work really nice. So I'm going to take a clone just on the edge of it. I'm going to paint this, and as you can see, just this small move resolve our problem. This image looks totally different right now. So now I'm going to change the flow just to give myself a bit more comfort, and do this just once again, just to fix everything right. It might take a bit, but we don't want to do bad job with. Okay, I think we covered these bad areas. However, maybe over here might be too dark. If you think it's too dark, can always change blend mode from normal to lighten, and using very soft flow, let's say 10%, we can lighten up a bit the areas we don't like. So take a look. I think we did really great job about the tones here. I don't want to make this too strong, actually, to not make this looking unnatural. It's just very difficult case, so it's not happening all the time. some of the darker colors over here. All right, I think now it looks as something I really like. So let's move to the other areas that needs to be done on this texture layer. Right here I have another white, not nice looking line. So again, as it's white, we're going to use normal mode. Stamp, and I just did wrong stamp, I guess. It's better to take from the top. So now I think it look a bit better. It's not really easy because it's actually easy to do a mistake doing this job, but okay, this looks a bit different right now as well. So let's go to the other side, and now I have some weird colors over here. So how to get them off? I'm not going to use normal mode because it will be too strong, so I'm going to change to lighten and choose the flow 10%, just very soft flow to balance the colors a little bit here. And I'm going just to paint a little bit. You can see how it's actually changing. We just soften the colors a little bit, but it's still looking natural, just small things. So after this few correction, I believe it looks way better. Here to add some accent. Okay. So we did the really bad areas. It's the most difficult thing, I think. Not for everyone, probably for someone who has more plastic skills it would be much easier. But we have some more spots that doesn't look so well. For example, here I have a bit dark color, so now I'm just going to switch into tones, and using this layer I'm just working on a bit bigger areas, just areas which are not so rough but just have the colors which are not suitable. So I'm going to choose the brush, and in this case I'm going to use a very soft flow, but I'm just going to use airbrush, very soft airbrush flow, just 1%. Okay. And once again, I'm going to be really careful here. Some colors that actually bothers me. So take a stamp and just be careful, don't add too much. As you can see, some weird shadows here. Just very softly. Okay, it's a very small change, but it's really important to keep the tones right. Take a look from the distance. So you can see we had this shadow over here. We get this off a little bit. You can be surprised why I'm actually working with such a soft brush, but actually it's all about not doing any mistake. So I prefer to use very soft flow, even at 1%, and do everything right, maybe a bit slower than I suppose, but just right. Okay, I think our tones looks a bit better. If you won't be happy about something, for example, over here when I did some work next to the eye, I think I got too much this bright color, so I'm going to create layer mask on my tone group. Always use layer mask, never use eraser tool, that's obvious thing. And I'm going to try to get off this a little bit with the color black. However, as you can see, my flow is only 10%, so I'm just going to correct this a little bit, as here was some dark color which was making this nice eye contour. Alright, right now I feel I'm happy about the result. And let's move to our neck, and there will be few things to fix, the same as before. It's taken a while, I know, and the same as before, I'm going to work with texture. I'm going to repeat the same thing as I was working with the line. It's similar example. So clone stamp tool, flow, let it be 40 in this case, and mode normal. Alright, very softly. However, it's a bit darkened, so I can take down the flow down to 20%, and if I use lighten, it's going to brighten up this area a little bit. Right, take a look. It looks a bit better. So I cannot see many of other things on the neck. I think we did really a great job with tones. Over here we don't have these colors here. Everything looks natural and correct with the area of the shadows. The last thing is, here we have this white area. We can try to work with brush a little bit more. Of course, flow at 1%. Take a stamp from this dark area and try to cover this, it's not really nice looking area, just a little bit. As you can see, it's covered a bit, so it looks a bit better right now. Okay, let's move out a bit more down here. So you can see this face over here had some really weird spots. It goes too far a bit. It's really difficult when the makeup is not done right, as in this case. Always doing high-end retouch is much easier when the makeup is really perfect. So I think we fixed most of the tones, and you have to say it was a bit of a challenge, but I think we handled this pretty much right. That was pretty much about fixes, the tone layer, and these two groups I'm going to put into the one group just to keep everything in order. Control G, and I'm going to call this correct, just for now. The truth is, on our picture always can happen some dirt. So I have very simple method to do this. It's not complicated. However, when you notice something, some dirt on your image, it's always good to do this on time. As you can see on this right top corner, I have some black spot over here and some rows over here, and these hair are not looking well. So I'm just going to create a new layer. I'm going to call this brush, and the easiest method when the background is the same color as here, I'm choosing the brush, flow 100, opacity 100, zoom it quite much, and as you can see the color is pretty much white or something like this. I'm just going to adjust the size of the brush, take a clone and just paint with this white color carefully. And it's simple brush, but you cannot notice it's some kind of not professional tool, because all of this look really natural right now. So that's just a very small step when you need to remove something before we move on. Just use this simple method to remove the things from your background carefully. If you do any mistake, don't worry, you can always create a layer mask to fix it. So I'm just going to put some more in my correct layer. So we are nearly done with our basic skin correction. However, there is last thing I'd like to show you before we will go to the next part of our high-end retouch. Let me zoom this image at first to show you exactly what I'm talking about. As you can see, sometimes on the skin texture, especially around the eyes over here, especially on the makeup area, it happens we have these really ugly looking pores on the skin. So in this lesson I'm going to show you how to even out the rough skin around the eyes. Let me zoom this even a bit more. So now we can see exactly all of the pores. So what we have to do, we have to make these pores even more visible, a bit more sharpened, just all of the white dots, and then get off of these white dots. So at first I'm going to create a stamp on the top of all of these layers. So Alt, Control or Command, Shift and E to create a stamp. And I'm going to call this Unsharp Mask. The reason why I'm calling this Unsharp Mask is because I'm going to work with Unsharp Mask, and then I'm going to duplicate this layer, so Control or Command J, and I'm going to call this Blur. And I'm calling this not because we're going to work with some of the blur tools, however, I call this like this because we're actually going to get off of the sharpening from the pore area. So I'm going to turn off visibility on this layer, and I'm going to work with Unsharp Mask at first. Filter, Sharpen and Unsharp Mask. So let's start with amount. Amount is just amount of our sharpening, so I'm going to keep this at 100% because that's proper size of our sharpen. We want to sharpen this image at 100%. But the real fun is going to start with threshold and radius. At first I'm going to pull all of this down to explain a little bit what's radius, what's threshold, and what it does to our image. So in radius, we're going to set amount of the pixels around which we're going to build the contrast. I'm going to show you how does it looks like, because when we talk not always we can imagine how does it works. As you can see right now, we just have 0.1 pixels. So we do not build any sharpening around any pixels because the smallest amount on the image is 1 pixel. We don't have 1 pixel over here. However, when we pull this up a little bit, as you can see, our sharpening is start to build. And as you can see, these small dots are very small. They have maybe 2, maybe 3 pixels, I think. So when we get to this point, 2.7, it makes these areas actually sharpen. We don't want to go too high because it's going to sharpen too much. So what I recommend you to get to the point when it's actually picking up the sharpening of the image. So 2.5, it's actually pretty much well. So I'm going to keep this like this. As you can see, when we go up too high, it's going to build the contrast around big areas, so not 1 pixel, but this whole huge area. So that's why we're going to pull this down just to 2.5 pixels. And right now, let's go to threshold and what actually threshold does to your image and how threshold actually work. Threshold pick up the difference from the image and build the contrast in the areas where it's actually different. So when threshold is set at 0 levels, it builds a difference everywhere in every pixel. So it sharpens every pixel of the image. We have sharpening everywhere. When we pull up threshold, even more than 100, for example, as you can see, it's only build the sharpen in the areas where is big difference. So we have the eyelashes here and skin, but it doesn't build the sharpen in the areas when there is not actually huge difference. So I'm going to pull down the threshold, and we don't want to pull this too high because I'm going to find a place when it's actually softening these white dots. I don't want to soften them, I don't want to get off of them. It has to be visible. So I'm going to find a point where my white dots are still visible, but the other parts around these white pores are not so sharpened anymore. So I think it will be around 11. I still have visible the white pores, but the rest of the skin is untouched actually. So press OK. Let's have a look how it actually changed our image. As you can see, we sharpened this image quite much. So now I'm going to go to the blue layer and then image, apply image, and layer. As a source, I'm going to set unsharp mask, exactly like in frequency separation. Blending is going to be subtract, and as you can see, what is happening right now, this layer, when we apply image, it picks up all of the white dots over here, but as you can see, the rest of the skin is actually the same. So that's what we want to get. If it's not right, if you can see some other parts, it means it was too much sharpened. We want to only sharpen the white pores. So I'm going to press OK and change blending mode to linear light. And this layer, unsharp mask, I don't need this anymore. However, I'm going to keep this for now. And I'm going to put these two layers into the group, Control G or Command. I'm going to call this group Makeup. So let's have a look what happens. As you can see, all of the white pores disappear. Actually, I think I did quite huge difference. It didn't have to be so strong like this, but it's not a problem because we can just pull down the opacity on this layer. However, I think I could go up a little bit more with threshold, but it's totally okay. However, of course, we don't want to apply this on whole of our image, so I'm just going to add layer mask, and I'm going to invert this layer mask, Control or Command and I, and we are back to our image. So what we're going to do right now, we have to have selected this layer mask, this inverted layer mask, of course. We have to choose a brush and of course white color, and we have to paint over this area to get off of this rough skin, to get off of these ugly looking pores. Of course, be careful on the eyebrows, because actually it's very good when the eyebrows are sharpened, so we don't want to lose any sharpening from the eyebrows. So I'm just going to carefully paint over this area to get off only these white spots. Be careful on eyelashes as well, so when you can, just zoom in and using small size brush, paint between eyelashes as well. We don't have such a huge work inside there. As you can see, it's quite strong, but it's not a problem. As I said before, we can just simply change opacity later, and to not get too strong effect, of course, I would recommend to pull up a bit more threshold than I did. And right now I'm going to quickly do the same thing on the second eye. So we got really nice and soft skin. Of course, that's an optional thing. Some people don't want to do this, some people want to have sharpen, but there's always a limit of sharpen of the makeup. When we get these white pores, it's not a good thing. However, when they are like soft and nice, shiny, glossy makeup, it's really good to keep this. I didn't have this kind of nice makeup before. I had too many of these white spots, which doesn't look that great for me. So I decided to remove this. And this works actually not only on makeup, but when you have dry skin somewhere on the cheeks, wherever, it can work really nice with these areas. Everywhere when you have these pores, you can use this method. It works really, really great. I think even on the lips, this method, when you have too many spots, you can use this method very softly to get off of some not good looking areas. So let's have a look on our eyes right now. I'm going to zoom this a bit more, and that's what was before, and that's how our eyes looks right now. As I said before, I'm going to change opacity for a bit lower, maybe 70% or even less will be okay. But right now it looks quite nice. It doesn't look so strong as before, so I'm really happy about the result. And right now, with finishing the eyes, we finished with the basic skin retouch, with basic corrections on the skins, and now we are ready to move on with our high-end beauty retouch. So as we finished working with the skin correction, with all of the basic skin correction, skin retouch, using frequency separation, there is a time to work with shape. There is a lot of controversy with shapes, not only from the moral point of view, but from the artistic point of view as well. And I think the reason why, because many of the retouchers went too far. But my opinion is, working with shapes, changing the shapes, is not actually changing the model or anything like this. For me, it's improving her real character, improving the real character of the image, improving the sharpen of the image, adding some sharpened character to the image. So that's how working with shapes works for me. To do this, we have to create a stamp. We have to create our final result on the top. So press Alt, Control, Command, Shift and E to create a stamp, to create our final result. And I'm going to change the name of this layer for shape. So let's open our Liquify, because that's the tool we're going to work, and then I'm going to tell a few words about working with shape, about changing the shape. So basically, as you can see, I created new layer at first. Even if I'm going to do some mistakes, I can always do a step back and do this once again. So that's why I'm creating new layer. It gives me this comfort that I'm not worried that I'm going to do something wrong. And it's very actually easy to do any mistakes working with Liquify. However, in this video, I'm going to show you how to work with Liquify in the right way to not do any mistakes. And as I said, even if you do, there is easy to do a step back, because for me, changing the shapes takes 10, maybe sometimes 20 minutes. It depends how much you want to change, but it's not much to do step back. It's much easier than a few hours of work. So there is 3 tools I'm going to work. It's forward warp tool, this packer tool, and blush tool. So the things I need to fix, as you can see, here is our shape of the cheekbones and shape of the face bones. Actually, we can improve them a little bit to add more sharpen to the face, to improve the character. The same, I'm going to pull up some of the forehead, make it a bit bigger. It's going to change this round face shape, which I really like. It's going to make this face a bit more sharpened, the model a bit more sharpened. We're going to work with cheekbones as well. I'm going to pull up some of the eyebrows, change the shape of the nose a little bit probably. And the thing that bothers me the most since the beginning, it's this hand. I don't know what's wrong with this hand, but this hand simply looks too fat. I don't know what happened. Maybe this model was hurt before or something like this, but this hand actually looks unnatural. So that's the thing for sure I have to work with after, and maybe a few more things. So how we actually work with shapes if we don't want to do any mistakes. Take a look over here. We have some shape that actually could be a bit more changed. So if I start with forward warp tool, if you don't see this thing on the right side, you just have to hit advanced mode to see the pressure. It's all about pressure. Usually the pressure in the Liquify is set really high, even 100. So when we work with such a strong pressure, it's super easy to destroy our image. As you can see, it's too high pressure. However, when we pull this pressure down, let's say down to 15%, it won't be so easy anymore. We will have much more control by working this. As you can see, it's huge control. It's not so strong. Of course, we will destroy this image. However, it's not that easy. So my pressure in this case will be around 15, and I'm going to start from this. I'm going to pull this face inside a little bit to make this a bit more sharpened. I really like the models with this kind of faces. And the same down here, take a look, we have some of this round shape. I don't want this round shape, so I'm going to work with this just a bit. Of course, soft pressure gives us discomfort. We won't destroy the image. We have huge control on the image, so our correction is not that difficult. Okay. Actually, I'm doing such a soft retouch. I'm not a huge fan of changing the general shape or something like this, as many people is doing. So I'm doing this very, very softly actually. For me, I'm always just trying to take out the best things that we have on the face and remove all of the worst things. That's the point of high-end retouch. So we find the best points of the face, and then we simply going to improve them and get off all of the bad things. Okay, that was small change, but now let's go to the forehead. And in the forehead, working with the same tool, however, I will bring up some pressure, maybe till around 40, let it be 38, and with this pressure I'm going to pull up forehead a bit higher, so as I said before, it gives some really nice shape, very raw shape, I would say. Of course, it's going to take a while. The more careful we want to be, the slower our work is. Of course, change it on the both side, even if we cannot see the other side. We have to do some work to keep the balance. Of course, after we finish the face, it's good for me to pull up the eyebrows to make them a bit higher. It's going to make the eyes look actually bigger, kind of optical thing. When we pull them up, automatically we improve our eyes. As well, here in the eye area, I'm going to pull down some of the head. It's going to give some impression of we're going to put our eyes a bit deeper, simply speaking. So okay, I've done the eyebrows and it looks alright for now. So the next thing is I'm going to choose another tool, which is called Puker tool. And right now we don't have pressure anymore. However, we have rate. So the highest rate we have, the more it affects our image. So in this case, I'm going to choose kind of small rate, maybe around 36 is totally fine. And I'm going to make this nose bridge a bit smaller, a bit shorter, and a bit more skinnier. So work with nose a little bit. It not affect really strong. The rate is very small, so I'm not changing much. Okay, I think it will be enough. I don't want to change this too much. I always want to keep the natural look. And the last thing on this face we can do is improving the cheekbones. So now I'm going to change the tool for Boss tool. Make it a bit bigger and the same rate, 40 something. Let's pull up these cheekbones a bit. It's not such a huge difference, however there is some. Okay, so I think we are pretty much done with our face. Take a look, everything looks fine for me. Not sure about eyebrows yet, but forehead looks fine. It's a bit bigger. The face has a bit better shape, maybe a little bit more here I could work. So maybe here with the forward warp tool a bit and pull it up. I'm thinking, what can we do? We could improve this front of the face over here, but this model has really nice, so it's not really necessary. So let's go down to the hand. And this hand was worried me since the beginning, because I knew there was something wrong. It doesn't look natural. It seems a bit fat. The shape of it is weird. So at first I'm going to start with forward warp tool as well, and same as before, just pull it down to make it look better. Of course, be careful, don't pull too much, because we're going to change the shapes. We don't want to really change the natural shapes like neck or anything. Just try to manipulate this a bit to make this more suitable for this model. So then once again I change to Pucker tool, and we're going to try to pull this hand down inside. Right now I need to do this quite much. Maybe right now we could use a bit stronger rate, around 50, and then take a look. I'm going to simply pull this hand inside a bit. It's difficult to see if this actually affects the hand, but I can see it's really working. And probably you can see this as well. Work a little bit with fingers to make them a bit more skinny. The most difficult part is over here on the middle. So again, I'm going to use forward warp. So I believe it looks much better right now. There's few more parts like over here. So I'm not going to change everything, just correct few the areas that I wasn't happy. And now I think we are ready to take a look how this image actually looks. Hit OK after you finish. And here is our result. As you can see, we didn't change many things, we just pulled up some of the forehead, we changed the nose a little bit, and of course this unlucky hand is totally changed. That was the most important. So I'm really happy with the result now. The face seems a bit better, all of the shapes seems a bit better. So as you can see, we didn't change many things, we didn't change the model for sure, and you can agree that we changed a bit the character of the image, we add some sharpen to this. So finally we can start to work with our details. And the first detail I'm going to work with, and I'm really happy about this because that's the thing I really love, is the lips. As you can see, this model has really nice lips, but the shape, once again, it's not really nice. So we have to work a little bit on the shape with the lips to make them really nice and roundy. And after this we have to fix the contour. As you can see, the contour is not really nice. So we're going to fix this. There will be few corrections. So probably I'm going to work with group, but at first we have to create another stamp because now we're going to fix the shape of our lips. So once again, create a stamp, Alt, Control, Command, Shift and E. And I'm going to call this a lip shape. And I'm going to put this to the group, so Control G, and I'm going to call this group lips. Of course, the thing we have to do, we are going to filter and liquify once again. But now, right now, we're working with object, so everything has to be a bit more precise than before. So now we can zoom this quite much to see everything right. Maybe like this will be enough. I'm going to do the top lip at first, so I move something like this and zoom it over here. Alright, that looks pretty much well right now. And of course, as before, I'm going to start with this forward warp tool. I'm going to make this brush a bit smaller, and as you can see, the problem is the lip over here. It doesn't have this beautiful, nice shape. It's a bit too roundy. Like the edges doesn't have much sense right now, so we're going to work with this a little bit. Just pull it down. Not much. The thing about changing the shape, it's of course not about making them bigger, as many people think, and many people doing this, make them bigger. However, that's not the key in high-end retouch. The most important thing about the lips is of course their shape. Now over here, as you can see, the contour is really bad, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm just pulling this down here, change this shape a little bit, make them full on the top, really nice and full on the top. Over here. And now I'm going to the bottom lip and doing pretty much the same thing. Just fix some weird shapes over here. The contours doesn't have sense once again. So as you can see, I'm actually making them a bit more solid, a bit more, not such a overcooked, I would say, or overboiled would be better. Okay, so I think it has a bit more sense right now. It's not that roundy. So the second thing is we can improve the lips just a bit right now. So I'm going to make my brush a bit smaller and just pull them up in a few areas, just a little bit. Of course, have some control on this. Don't be crazy. With them. Okay, I think that will be right. This contour over here, as you can see, it's skin, but actually we can try to fix this a bit. Okay. So I believe, yeah, as I believed, the shape is so much better right now. The lips are not actually bigger and looks much more tidy, if that's the right expression for it. And just to make our work a bit comfortable, if in the future we would like to change the body shape or something like this, we can just zoom this image a bit and let's cut out the shape of our lips. If I cut out the lips right now and remove the rest of the part, if you would like to change the shape of your body, you can do this without changing this layer with lip shape. So I'm just going to choose the lasso tool, set the feather at 0 pixels, and then just cut out your lips. You don't have to be really precise with this, just cut around the lips like this. As you can see, my hand doesn't work so well, it's not perfect, but it doesn't matter, and it can be like this. So now I'm just going to cut this layer and remove this lip shape layer. Okay, and now I'm going to rename this layer as a lip shape. Another step in this section will be just simple retouching. We have to fix some skin on the lips, we have to work a little bit with colors. So I'm going to zoom this image once again to show you what exactly I mean. As you can see, sometimes we have too much lights on the lips and they becoming too glossy, so we have to simply work with this a little bit, remove these weird things from the lips, these white dots, so our lips will get a bit more natural look, not such a glossy, etc. And for sure the colors will look better. So simply I'm going to work with frequency separations once again. So I'm going to duplicate this layer twice, and I'm going to rename this as a low and high, as usually in frequency separation. And I'm going to put this into one group, Control Command G, and I'm going to call this group Lip Retouch. Now, between these two layers, I'm going to create one more layer as I was doing before. I'm just going to call this layer Colors, or just Color. Of course, low layer is responsible for color, but here I want to work with colors on these lips, and when I put this layer over here, it works so much better. So let's go to our low layer, and first I'm going to set the blur, And I set radius as a 4 pixels, and it's for sure I think it's optimal for this ellipse. I just had to get off some of the parts. As you can see, they become blur over here, so this radius is okay. Of course, it depends on the picture. If you have bigger picture, the radius will be higher. If you have a bit smaller picture, and the radius will be lower. So now I'm going to my high layer, and as before, image and apply image. As we remember from before, layer we're going to choose has to be our low layer, and blending as a subtract scale offset 128. I'm going to repeat. If the image is 16-bit, it will be scale 2 offset 0, and then invert and blending as a add. So hit OK. I'm going to change blending mode into linear light. We got this unwanted shape around the lips, so we can actually simply remove this by adding layer mask, and with color black I'm going to remove this contour. It's okay. Take a look if we did this right. There's no difference right now, so everything is okay. And as before, I'm going into my high layer, and before I was working with normal because I was finding this a bit more comfortable, but right now let's zoom this image, and I'm going to choose clone stamp tool once again, but instead of working with normal mode, I'm going to work with mode darken. We have some of these glossy parts, so we want to get off of these glossy parts, and this darken mode is actually perfect for it. So flow, I set flow like very low because we just don't want to remove this totally, but working with very soft low let us to add some really nice things and remove these glossy colors a bit. I did notice, of course, the layers as a current layer only, and now we can start working and just paint around these glossy areas and around these ugly dots over here to cover them. You can see I'm not using really strong flow, because instead of these glossy parts I'm going to make them more pinky and natural, not so visible for, and not so touching our eyes. It's not the point of the lips as many people think. Okay, I think I did this quite right. We got off of these glossy parts. It looks a bit better, I think. There's few things inside we can work with. When we zoom this in, we have some of these white spots inside the mouth. So we can actually do the same thing as before. We can change. Actually, we don't have to. So we can set the flow as 100% right now, and let's get off of these ugly spots inside. So take a look. I think we did some nice job right now. And now, after maybe a little bit on top over here. Now, as I change the flow for a bit stronger, I can remove some of the other ugly parts and take a look how we change the leaves. As you can see, they look a bit better, but still I have some of the parts I need to remove, I need to work with. Some of them white dots which are actually way too strong. Okay, I think everything is fine right now. So after we do this, the next thing that we should do is working with colors a bit. Before I set the contours of these leaves, which are actually not perfect, it's good to use colors. So if we do any mistakes, we can get off of these colors from the skin area a bit later. So I'm going to go to the color layer, and I'm not going to stamp one of these color. I'm just going to choose some kind of strong red color like this one. Of course, you can use something different. It depends about your taste, and remember that actually the color of the leaves and everything has to be suitable to the rest of the image. So in this case, when I'm choosing this color, when we zoom this out, we can see the color of the rose. So I choose something which is suitable for the roses. I can choose the normal mode, flow as a 100, and instead of normal, I'm going to change blending mode into soft light. And soon after that, I'm actually going to show you why I place my layer between my high and low layer. So let's start painting around the leaves. Don't worry if the color is too strong for you right now. It's not our problem, because if the color will be too strong, we can change the opacity of this layer and everything else. So just be careful to not destroy the edges too much. Of course, we could select the edges, so the edge problem wouldn't be bothered us. However, anyway, I'm going to set the contour, I'm going to work with the edges of the lips, so it's not something I really have to take care of right now. I don't have to be so great with the contours, I can do some mistakes, because anyway, I'm going to work with this. And then the top lip. So let's go down a bit. Okay, I think we done quite alright. Just the problem is the contour over here. Maybe I can add a bit more of this color. Down here. As I said before, don't worry about the contour much. Alright, so now the reason why I place this color layer over here is, as you can see, when this color would be somewhere else, both this color is actually stronger, so I don't want this strong color, and here we have a bit more control on the color. So I'm going to change the opacity right now, maybe around 70 would be okay in this case. Take a look. I'm pretty happy about these lips, they are much stronger than before and much more visible. So okay, I think right now we can close this layer, and in another part we're going to work a bit with contours. We're going to fix these bad contours of the lips. So now we can take care about our contour of the lips to make them look a bit better. As you could notice before, the contour are not perfect. There's some lipstick on the skin, so all of these things we have to remove. And of course I think we have to work a little bit more on the colors inside, which we're going to do by working with contour. So take a look on our lips. Clearly, and simply I'm going to work on these parts on the both sides of it, and of course on the bottom it will be very difficult because the shadow over here is not really optimistic. So I'm going to start with the top lip, and the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to create 2 new layers. Oops, just 2. And one layer I'm going to call skin, and the other I'm going to call lipstick. So let's do a selection using a pen tool. Many of the people selecting all of the lip, however I prefer to do this separately. I prefer to do at first one lip and then the second one. I prefer to do everything very slowly. I believe it's a bit more effective. So I'm just going to do selection over here like this. So we have to be really careful with selection, and then I'm going to try to grab from here, but we have to be really careful by the fact to not make this lips look too full. I think right now it's okay, so we can start our work. I'm not sure about that area over here, but yeah, let's try to do what we have to do. So now I don't have to be really careful about good selection. I'm just going to make a round like this. So hit right and make selection, and as you can see, this image is quite big, so I set feather radius at 1 pixel, and then I'm going to start from the skin. So I'm going to hit right and select inverse. So I'm going to work with the skin right now, and how I'm doing this, I'm just choosing clone stamp tool, and then I change the mode for the lighten, and flow, I'm going to set the flow quite soft, 20%, and the thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take a stamp from this area and softly get off of this red color around the lips. As you can see, if I would do this by brush, I think it wouldn't be so soft and the effect could be a bit fakey. So we have to be really careful. Take a look, small change, but it looks a bit better. And once again, I'm going to invert the selection because now I want to work inside. So select inverse. Now our selection is inside, and as I change selection, I'm going to choose this lipstick layer to keep everything separate and in order. I'm going to choose clone stamp tool once again, take a stamp from inside, and then paint inside the lips around the edges, just to make this dark enough, maybe a bit over here as well. So okay, I'm going to down a bit here, and once again I want to invert the color because I think this area I can sort out right now. So I'm going to take a stamp somewhere here, just paint a bit here because the colors were not really perfect. Maybe a bit more. Alright, so let's take off the selection and take a look what we've done. So that's the color inside. I'm going to put both of these layers into the group. It will be much comfortable. Control G, and I'm going to call this lip contour. I have no idea if I didn't do a mistake with the word contour now. I'm sorry if I did. And as you can see, our lips are so much better right now. So now repeat the same thing on the other side. It will be a bit more difficult. Maybe I'm just going to move my image a bit to make this easier for me. So I'm going to choose pen tool, and once again until this point I believe the line is nearly straight, so let's do a step over here. And then going to do here. Okay, I believe we did. Our selection is quite alright, I hope. I think maybe I went too far over here. It still should be okay. make selection 1 pixel of course, and I'm going to start from the skin once again. So select inverse and our skin layer. So I'm going to choose clone stamp tool with the mode lighten, and I think I went too low over here, so I will be very careful in this area. Actually, there's still a chance to do this right. Okay, I think we did this right. And the reason why I'm not using brush in this case, but just clone stamp tool and in mode lighten, because brush would be too strong, so it would be a bit destructive. This clone stamp tool is not that destructive for this. So now let's move to our lips and to inverse. Paint inside, close to the edge. Be careful on the top. Don't paint too much. Don't stamp too much, because it just won't look natural. So, okay, now I'm going to deselect and take a look at our lips, what we've done. I think it looks so much better right now. So now we can move down to the bottom lip, and this challenge will be much more difficult right now actually, because we have so much of this shadow, so that won't be easy challenge, but I'm going to try to do my best. So let's do a selection first. Going to start from here. Maybe I went too close, so once again. Okay, now I think it will be alright. So we got the shape like this. So make a selection by the fact that our edges are not really clear here. I'm going to set feather radius at 3 pixels for now. Of course, select inverse. And this time I'm going to take a stamp from not so bright area, maybe somewhere here. Yes. And let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to brighten up slightly this area. As much as we can do this without actually destroying our skin too much. So just very softly. Okay, I think we are doing well for now. Let's try to work for the other part. So this bottom lip is much better right now, as you can see. I didn't do as much as on the top because it's just different case. So I'm going to, here there will be a bit more to do for sure. So once again I'm going to selection until this point maybe. Okay. So once again, make selection, and once again feather radius at 3 pixels. Select inverse. And let's do this once again. Softly. To get off of this ugly shadow. It doesn't happen so much, so I believe when you will be working on your images, this you won't get such a case, but working with these pictures we can improve some skills for sure. So as you can see, it's quite useful sometimes. Now I'm going to change the flow maybe to keep a bit more control on it. Okay, I think we've done something good looking. It wasn't destructive. I'm going to deselect this right now, and we really improved these lips right now, especially on the bottom. As you can see, it's huge difference. It was some kind of nightmare. Here I didn't do so well, I guess. Much better. I did on the other side much better. So right now when we finished, we can actually work a bit more. So choose a brush, change the flow to 1, and I'm going to change the mode for normal. We can try to work with our tone sometimes a bit. If there's something we don't like, can try to paint the area to make everything look a bit more natural. So yeah, I think we did really great job for now. On the top, as you can see, sometimes we can get some small contour. The same, we can use a brush and just paint over this area, just carefully to not affect our lips anymore, and just to cover this contour. Now I can go back to the right position of my image, and there you go. Take a look. With fantastic job we've done with our lips. We really improved them. I'm really happy. We did this really nicely. So take a look how our lips right now after this change. I'm really happy with it. So we are ready to move on with our project. Very quick step before we move on to the other parts is our teeth. So these teeth are actually quite nice, they're white. However, there's some small spots maybe we could take care of. So I'm going to create new layer. I'm just going to call this teeth. And I have very easy job. If your teeth are not that clear, but I believe most of the models has really clear teeth, so then your job will be whiten the teeth. You can use just simple white color and paint on them. However, I prefer just simply use the same color I have, use a brush, very soft flow, and paint on them a little bit with the colors I have. So I won't make them look unnatural, I just going to work a bit with them to fix some of the tones and some other colors. Here a bit lower we have some shiny spots. They doesn't look really nice. I'm going to get off of this shiny spots by painting with really bright color. You can always use clone stamp tool to fix them. However, there is no need, I believe. Okay, I think I did something right. So after we finish most of the things with this, a bit more, take a look. They have much better tones right now. I'm going to zoom a bit more. So if you want to make them a bit whiter on the areas we have over here, after we fix these ugly lights, but of course I leave them looking quite natural like this, not getting off of everything. We can make them a bit white and just choose the white color, then change mode into overlay, or soft light would be good as well, and paint with this white color and overlay in this area. You just brighten up a little bit the teeth and make them more visible. Of course, I'm not adding too much because two white teeth won't look perfect, actually, in my opinion. So take a look from the distance, and as you can see, the teeth right now looks actually much better. There's a few more things over here on this teeth to fix, but it's already looks much better. So just using simple brush tool, nothing else, I'm just painting over and over. If you use overlay or something like this to not make them too strong, I wondered if I didn't do this, but there's always a chance you can change the blending mode. But right now I add some of the too strong colors, so always we can fix this using blending mode. Just simply we can change the color for the color black, which is already here, and I can get off a little bit of this if they are too visible. I prefer something matte, not that glossy, so that's why I'm trying to get off a little bit of this glossy colors. Of course there's other parts, so we can create new layer, and I'm just going to call this layer black. Just the black color of the brush, because inside the mouth we have some colors, maybe some colors we don't want. So simply using very soft flow, we can get off a little bit of this red areas. Zoom this as much to see everything, and softly. Of course, don't make this too dark because it won't look nice as well, but you can get off some of the brightest parts, so just a bit to improve it. And I think right now it looks much better. So okay, that was a very quick step. I'm going to put this into the group. And I'm going to call this thief. Let's move to the other place. Next step, which I'm going to retouch, will be our eyes. However, we have something which doesn't look really great. When we work with models, usually models doesn't have too many wrinkles. However, we have some parts over here. We could obviously leave this, because in high-end retouch we don't want to get off all of the wrinkles. It just happens. However, it's too much on this picture, so we have to work with this. I believe spot healing brush tool and few other tools which people use to remove wrinkles are a bit distractive. So I'm going to show you a really nice method how to remove the wrinkles in the most easy and the less destructive way. I'm going to call this wrinkles. Right now, I'm going to choose Clone Stamp tool. However, in this case, I'm not going to work in the same way. This time I'm going to choose Lighten, set the flow at 20%, maybe even less. I could pull it down to 2%, it gives me more comfort. And the thing we're going to do, we don't want to get off of everything, but some of the parts over here doesn't look nice. So I'm going to make really small size of the brush. I'm going to clone stamp clone next to this and simply paint with the lights on my unwanted parts. Take a look how it's softly changing. Maybe flow it's too small right now, so I can pull it up a little bit. And what we are doing, we actually not removing the wrinkles from this image, but the things what is happening right now, we just paint with the light. So all of the wrinkles are actually dark spots of the image. When we add some light to this, the impression of it is actually like we removing wrinkles, but the truth is we just cover them with lights. It doesn't mean, of course, we don't have to be careful, because sometimes we can add too much of it and then the picture won't look that great. This one big wrinkle is especially bother me. So just cover this dark spot. It won't be easy thing, for sure. However, it's already changing. But the thing is, we have some contrast colors over here, and these contrasts over here are the biggest problem, because removing this wrinkle wasn't a problem, but this light over here. So I'm going to make this skin look more natural and more suitable to the rest for the image. As you can see, we doing small progress, but still this light is not actually nice. Okay, I think we did quite much, so it looks much better. We can work a bit more to try to remove these ugly colors. So after we cover as much as we can create new layer, then just change clone stamp into the brush. I have still very soft flow. Take a stamp from over here and try to paint this area to make the soft edge. So it's kind of soft dissolve right now. I'm just going to, as you can see, it's a bit better. I'm going to just call this layer brush. So let's see to our other eye, what can we do? I believe it will be much better working with this. Of course, all of these things, when we're working on separate layers, we have to apply this to all layers. I was replying this probably a few times before, but don't forget, if you can see that something is not working right, probably it's over here. So once again, I'm going to change into clone stamp flow 5, and here it will be much easier because we don't have this large wrinkle as we had before. So here I believe we can do all the job just with this clone stamp tool. So as you can see, it's working really nice. Huge difference, and it still look natural because we're not applying any fake skin, but still we have this same original skin. We just fill the wrinkles with light, so the wrinkles are still there, but not so visible, of course. This one, I think, can stay over here, and right now I think we done enough. So now it looks quite natural and much better than before with all of these wrinkles. I'm going to put this to the group and I'm going to see how it changed. I'm not sure. I'm sorry for my grammar sometimes. So yeah, that's quite a decent change, I would say. Have some of the dark area over here. I will try to work a bit more. Okay, I think we did. I'm going to call this lightning, actually lighten as the brush. So now another step behind us. So that's the best method probably to remove wrinkles in a really non-destructive way compared to spot healing brush tool or others tool, this choice is for sure so much better, not only in high-end retouch, but when you're removing wrinkles, it's better to use this method always. So before we start working with the proper retouch, before we start doing the proper retouch of the eyes, if we want to change the shape of the eyes, we have to do this right now. Every time when we change the shape of some kind of element, we have to do this at first. The reason why, because later if we want to change some of the elements we're going to work later, like brightness or something like this, we have possibility to do this if the shape layer is under this layer. If we have our shape layer above the layers with brightness or something like this, it's really difficult to change our adjustments. So that's why we change the shape at first. And I'm going to do this in a bit different way than before. If you like, change the shape with Liquify, and if you think it's really good method to change the shape of the eye by Liquify, you can do this. However, in this case, as I don't want to lose any of the details from the eyes, because as you can see, eyes hide a lot of details. So if we don't want to lose this, I would not recommend Liquify actually. We won't lose them much if we work with Liquify, so it's not such a loss. But I think there's one other method I'm using. It's not really common, but it's going to be a bit precise. It's going to keep really natural shape of the eye, and we're going to keep all of the details. So the method I'm going to work with is actually a free transform. So what we're going to do, we have to create our final result above all of these groups, our final project. So I'm going to press Alt, Control or Command Shift and E to create a stamp, and straight after that I'm just going to do a selection around the eye using this lasso to feather 1 pixel. It doesn't really matter. So let's zoom this and try to do selection very close to the eyelashes, just like me. I went a bit too far in this case, but it's okay. So I'm not really good at drawing, and you can see it but by the way how I do a selection. So let's copy this, and now we're going to cut out or copy the second eye. Once again, selection close to the eyelashes. I went too close. So once again, selection close to the eyelashes once again. And okay, so copy this once again. Have to copy from this layer, of course. So we don't need this layer number 1 anymore, and let's name these layers. This layer is number 3, is our right eye, the right from perspective of the model, so I'm going to call this right eye, and the layer number 2 will be left. So okay, we can put this to the group to not be very messy. Control or Command G, and I'm going to call this group shape. And to be much more clear, I'm going to put this shape into another group, and this group I'm going to call eyes, because right now in this section we're going to work with eyes. So as I said before, we're going to work with a free transform, and the thing we have to do, we have to pull up, in this case probably from this corner, this eye a little bit to make this just a little bit bigger in natural way. So I'm going to zoom this really a lot to have some control, and I'm going to pull this up just a little bit, really small change. Okay, let's have a look. I'm not sure if it wasn't too much. So I think it was very nice change. Yeah, small, nice change. Actually, not that small, but still looks fine, I would say. So the thing we have to do after we did this, I'm going to change blending mode for overlay just to make it easier, and I'm going to create a layer mask on this layer. So using brush, I'm going to just remove the edges because the skin around doesn't look so well now, but when we do the soft edges, it all is going to look really natural. So of course, do not remove eyelashes, they are important. We need them and we're going to work with them. Actually, I'm going to show you something very easy about eyelashes later, few lessons, but right now let's be focused on the shape. I went too close to the eyelashes once again. It's not really easy now. Okay, but we did this right. So now I can change blending mode to normal, and let's go to the second eye. And this is a bit more difficult because as with the first eye, we don't have to be so perfect. Actually, we have to be perfect as always. But we're not adjusting this eye to anything. We're just doing this in the way we think it's right. With the second eye, we have to be especially careful because we have to make this suitable for the first eye. We have to do this really right now. Liquify is not giving us this kind of possibilities. But working with free transform, it's sometimes very easy. So once again, Control T. And this eye has a bit different shape, so I'm going to pull up from this area, and once again, very little. Okay, I hope it wasn't much. I hope it wasn't too much. So I think we did really great job. It doesn't happen with the first time often, but if you want to do this right, there's a very simple method. You just have to zoom in once again and Control or Command T and transform this once again as long as you're going to adjust this eye to the other eye. So let's clean the edges. Paint around, brush. And do this very quick. When I was preparing this in the course before, usually I had a bit more problem with shape, but it seems the more you practice, the better you get. That's the truth always. Okay, so let's have a look once again at the end. How's our eyes from the distance? And I'm really happy. It wasn't necessary to change the shape, but because this model had really beautiful eyes, and if your model has really huge eyes, you don't have to do this. But if the model has average or small eyes, it's always good to improve the shape a little bit. It's very small change, so we're actually not changing much. It still look natural and it still look real. Sometimes it's good to improve the shape. So after this short lesson, we go into retouch inside the eyes. So now we are going inside the eye, and when you actually look closer, inside the eye, you can notice that some of the model has really ugly veins inside. Actually, not models, everyone has these veins inside, and it doesn't look well in many cases. I don't really like to whiten this area inside because it doesn't look natural, but we can do something very simple to remove this vein. So I'm going to create new layer above the shape, and I'm just going to call these veins. And the thing we're going to do with this, I'm going to choose clone stamp tool, flow very soft, only 10% mode lighten. So I'm going to clone inside next to these veins from some nicer clean area, and painting with light, I'm just going to slightly remove some of these veins, but don't paint too much, because if you do this too much, simply speaking, it's going to look fake, and we don't like fake. So I think it will be enough right now, maybe just a bit more over here. And on the other side we have a bit different color, a bit darkened, so just a bit to improve. So now let's go to the second eye, and we're going to do the same thing, clone and slightly paint. We don't have to remove all of the veins because it's not really necessary. Eye always can look natural, no one will blame you for this. So, and just a bit over here. So okay, I think we did well. As you can see, very small change, very simple step to remove veins. And now something a bit more exciting than removing the veins, and probably important thing, because now we're going to improve the sharpen of our eyes. And of course there's few methods to do this, and all of these methods actually are good. Probably the easiest method, and you can use this method of course as well. Here's something called sharpen tool. We have sharpen tool on our left side in our toolbar, and by creating new layer and painting with your sharpen tool, you can improve the sharpen of your eyes. However, I'm going to show you something different. This method, I mean sharpen tool, you can use if you want, of course. It's good tool, there's nothing wrong. As I said, all the methods are good. So there's not one the right method to improve the sharpness on your eyes. So I'm going to do something different, something more specific, which I used to do with my retouch. So I'm just going to create a stamp, Alt, Control, Command, Shift, E, and right now I'm going to cut out the eyes. I'm going to do both at once, and we don't have to be so precise now. So just do a selection on both, just like this, and alright, now I'm going to duplicate this, and straight after this we can actually remove this layer number 1. We don't need this anymore. But about this layer 2, I'm going to press Ctrl or Command J to duplicate this, and this will be high and this will be low. So actually when you see what we are doing, you actually know I'm going to use frequency separation to improve the sharpness of my eyes. So I'm going to put this into the group, and let's call this sharpen. Okay, so I'm going to start with the low. Filter, of course, blur, and let's do Gaussian blur. And for this case, I'm going to use very soft radius, let's say 2.5, just a bit to get off of the details. And on the high layer, of course, I'm going to go to image and apply image. So layer, as before, it's our low layer for this. Blending, subtract, as we work on 8-bit image, scale to offset 128. And I think I'm going to zoom in a bit to make you see what is happening when you change the blend mode for vivid light. We got these ugly edges, right? So we have to remove these ugly edges at first. For sure we don't need them. So on the sharpen group, create layer mask, and I'm just going to paint with brush quickly to remove. Of course later we're going to remove more things, just for now to make it look better on this eye. So I don't have to look at the other eye right now. It's actually not sharpened right now, but when I'm going to deselect this layer, it's getting very sharpened. So we did really great job, but it's too much. Of course we can change opacity, let's say to 50%, but still it looks a bit harsh for me, I would say. So I'm going to keep this low layer, but I don't want this blurry, so opacity I'm going to change to only 20%, and right now I've got really nice and soft sharpen on the eye. So of course I don't want this sharpener on the eye, so just going to paint with brush to remove all of this. Actually it will be even easier, but we can of course at first invert this layer and just paint inside into the area we want sharpen, but as I already started, it's okay. I can remove everything. So let's have a look right now. As you can see, just inside the eye we sharpen. Of course I'm not going to sharpen these white areas because it just won't look nice. And we have very nice soft sharpen inside the eye. Now just the clean second eye. And we're going to look from the distance soon after this. I don't want to leave everything for later. It would be kind of a problem. So let's have a look right now. And as you can see, I'm not sure if you see very well from your perspective, but I can see I did really nice soft sharpen. As you can see, it was a bit blurry inside, and right now I have the sharpen I really wanted to. So that's very easy method to sharpen your eyes in high-end retouch. But as I said before, every method is really good. To do this, you can use sharpen tool, you can use this method, you can do something like fake frequency separation, as I said, the same low layer, and just blur this layer, and then you don't have to apply image, but just use high pass and the effect will be very similar. So there's few methods, and I think all of them are really good. The main point is if we sharpen the eyes in the right way, it means we did everything great. So our next step will be about brightening the eyes, and that will be actually a bit more specific, and I'm going to show you a really great method to do this. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to brighten up the eyes. And the same as before, there is few different methods to brighten the eyes in Photoshop, doing your high-end retouch. However, there is some difference between all of these methods. Some time ago, I was just using Dodge tool, just dodging to brighten up the eyes. However, it's not so precise to do this. If we want to do this really awesome, we're supposed to select the specific area where we want to brighten up our eyes. So I'm going to go a bit closer to the eyes, and I'm just going to create new layer. I'm not going to use this layer, however, wow, too many. However, I'm just creating this new layer to not do any mess, to know in which point we are actually at the moment. So I just open this here above the sharpen to know that we work in this specific area. And the thing we have to do, we have to select specific area of the eye we want to brighten up. So I'm not just going to brighten up all of this area because it's pointless. We want to brighten up eyes over here, this nice area inside. So we can use different kind of selections tool. For me, the most comfortable tool is just lasso tool. Maybe it's not that precise as just elliptical tool, but then from the elliptical tool we have to cut out some points. So I'm just going to try with lasso tool, and feather radius keep at 1 pixel. Of course it depends on the size of your image, but 1 pixel is quite universal. We don't want really smooth edges or really sharpened edges, so 1 pixel is quite universal. So let's try to do a selection. As I said before, we're going to select this area over here. So I hope I'm going to do this right. So let's start from this point. I think it could be a bit better. Maybe I went too far over here, but I believe it will be okay. So there's few things we can use right now. We can brighten up our eyes using curves, levels, or exposure. I'm just going to use the curves. So get curve adjustment layer, and what we're going to do, just pull up this curve a little bit to brighten up as much as you want. I think it's enough. We don't have to pull it really high. And of course this layer number 1, I don't need this anymore. It was just helpful layer to let you know in which point we are actually at this specific moment. So as we brighten up this eye, let's go to the second eye. And now there's no need to create new layer or something like that. The point I have to do, I just have to do a selection on the eye, the same as before. You have to say, my hand is really impressive. So yeah, that could be better actually, but it will be fine. And right now, the one thing we have to do, just select this layer mask, because we're going to work on this layer mask, and just press Ctrl or Command and I as invert to invert the color on this layer mask. So now we can deselect this, and let's have a look how our eyes, it's okay even if the selection wasn't perfect. As you can say, it's impossible to notice because it was a bit brightened up here, so it was right selection. So we brighten up our eyes, and the thing is, it's too strong, because as we do high-end retouch, whatever you do, if you do something different, you can brighten up your eyes as much as you want. However, if we're doing some work like this, our eyes have to look natural. It cannot be so strong. So let's try with 60%, and I think with 60% it looks quite alright. Remember, that's a human and not a robot, so the eyes we have to keep our minds on the right place. We cannot go too far with this. So if the edges are too sharpened for you, of course the thing you can do at the end, you can go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and add just maybe 1.5 blur if you think your edges are too sharp. And of course it's not necessary, it's just optional if you think like this. So let's have a look now, and I think it looks alright. So now we brighten up our eyes in a very simple method, and probably the best one. And now is the last part on our eyes, and I'm talking about eyelashes. Of course, we don't have to retouch our eyelashes in every case. Sometimes we just can improve them a little bit if it's possible. I do not recommend you some brushes like eyelashes brushes because they look fake, so they never work in high-end retouch. So I'm not recommending you this. And in this episode, I'm going to show you easy method how to retouch, how to improve your eyelashes without having some special plastic skills, because maybe you noticed before, I'm horrible at drawing. I don't know how to draw things, but still I'm able to improve eyelashes. So in this episode, I'm going to show you the method how you can do this even if you are not really good at drawing. So let's see the eyelashes. And of course, there is few possibilities to do the thing I'm going to do, but I'm just going to use some easy method like paint a little bit over the areas I want to improve, and probably there is no way to find something easier than this. Of course, you can copy eyelashes and try to pull them up a little bit to make them longer. However, I'm going to do some drawing as I said before, so let's open our eyes group, and I'm going to create new layer, and I'm just going to call this layer eyelashes. So what we have to do, of course, we're going to work with brush, and the thing is we can create some soft round brush on our own, or you can find some soft round brushes online to make them suitable for the thing you want to do. However, if you use pen and Wacom tablet, which you actually need to do high-end retouch, because without that it will be more difficult. It's still possible, but just your work will be very difficult. So just going to choose airbrush. Let's go to our brush presets, and what I'm going to do, there is an option called transfer, so I'm going to choose this option, and then we have something like pen pressure. Right now the size is too big, so we cannot see it, but when we make our brush smaller and we set the pen pressure on minimum, as you can see, the ends of the line are very soft and suitable to draw the hair. So I'm going to use this soft brush, of course flow I'm going to make a bit smaller, maybe at first around 30%, so it's going to make this very soft. So now I'm going to show you how the pen pressure works. If I draw with very soft, for now just to show you, I'm going to change for 100%. When you draw with very soft pen pressure, as you can see, the color is barely visible. So we can, however, when you put the stronger pen pressure, as you can see, everything is very strong. So I can adjust the pen pressure by drawing the hair. I can put very soft pen pressure at first and then change it to a bit higher. So that's how I'm going to work with the eyelashes. So now I did some mess. Okay, so as I said, the pen pressure is set before, suitable, and of course I'm going to change the flow, even maybe not 30% as before, but 50% would be okay. And let's move this image to make this a bit easier for us. And now I'm going to set my brush as a very small size, and using eyedropper I'm going to take a color, and now we have to be very careful. I'm just going to slightly paint over the eyelash area. So, and then other one. Of course we have to be careful. If we did any mistake, just Alt, Control, Command Z just to do a step back. I'm doing quite well. I did this few times, so my first time was really horrible. So I'm going to show you something on the second eye as well. And after this I'm going to speed up this video to not make you boring, because there's some job to do. I told you everything what I'm doing to do this retouch, so there's no need to make you really bored. So as you can see, I found this white dot here. I had this before and I should take care about this before, but I missed this, so I'm just going to paint over it to cover everything. And okay, so right now, as I said, I'm going to speed up this video and improve the eyelashes, and then we're going to see which result we've got. So okay, let's have a look what we changed. As you can see, mostly I was doing doing retouch on the top. On the bottom the eyebrows were not really nice, so there was no need to retouch them. So as you can see, the top is like totally improved. There's huge difference without using some kind of fake brushes or anything like this. Just paint over, make them a bit darker, make them a bit longer, and our result is great. So for now we finished with eyes, so we can close this group and our work with eyes for now is done. Slowly we are going to the end with our retouch, and before I start dodging and burning this image, I want to improve sharpness. So probably the best method to do this is use some kind of plugin like Topaz Details, for example. I used to use Topaz Details a lot, and it's really perfect plugin to do this. However, if you don't have Topaz Details, you can do this in Photoshop. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to improve sharpness of the image without getting halo effect or without destroying our image. So the thing I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate my final result twice. I'm going to press Alt, Control or Command Shift E, and then once again E, so we have two copies on the top. And the same as in frequency separation, I'm going to call my layer number 1 as a low and layer number 2 as a high. So the thing we have to do on this low layer, we have to blur some area we want to sharpen. So I want to sharpen this area over here, inside the face, some of the cheeks, maybe eyebrows a little bit. So I want to improve the area inside. However, I don't want to get this halo effect over here, so I need to blur only this area inside the face. So we have to go to Filter, Blur, and Surface Blur. So what we have to do, let me zoom this image to show you exactly what are we doing. I'm not sure if I can... Oh, yeah, I can move this. So what I have to do, I cannot break down the edge over here because I don't want to improve this area. So let's work a little bit with threshold. When we improve the threshold, as you can see, we make a quite big difference. So we actually breaking down the edge. So we have to get back to the point when it's not happening, when we get close to the edge, but when we're not going through this edge. So it's still too much, it's still too close. So I think for sure it's usually less than 20 levels. So let's have a look over here. I think it's quite alright now, maybe even a bit more. I'm going to set, let's say, around 15, 16 maybe will be enough. As you can see, I keep the edge, so everything is fine. And about radius, we want to go to the point when it started picking up the sharpness. So I think it will be around 40, maybe even a bit less, something around here we can see on the preview, and then hit OK. The thing I can't tell you, when we set the threshold too high, I could show you right now maybe, but I think it could be boring. So when you pull the threshold too high, your sharpness won't be actually natural, your sharpness won't be so fluent, and the effect might be too strong. So now I'm going to the high, and then image, and apply image. So of course layer, I have to choose the low layer over here, and blending as a subtract, same as before. So what is happening, actually you cannot see nearly the details from the skin. That's the area we want to actually improve. So now I'm going to change blending mode from normal to vivid light, and right now it's kind of blurry. However, when we remove this low layer, we can see our effect, and take a look what is happening. As you can see, we improved our image, but we didn't get this ugly effect around. So it's very soft effect. It picked up a little bit, but there's no problem to actually remove this. I'm going to put this to the group just to not do any mess. So Control G, so I have this into the group. This layer I can remove, and thing we can do, I'm going to call this group sharpen. If we want to remove some of this sharpness from the edge, we can of course create a layer mask. And I'm going to paint with the color black around this edge over here. So as you can see, it's very soft, so it's not actually changing, but just in case, as you can see, even bigger area, we didn't destroy our edges. This black color just pick up a little bit here, so keep really nice control on it. And you can ask why I choose surface blur instead of Gaussian blur. I was trying with Gaussian blur, and quite often I'm using this. It breaks down the edges quite often, but when I was looking into my lips, as you can see, surface blur sharpen only specific areas, because I only blurred this area. So as you can see, the lips actually not changing much. However, if I would use Gaussian blur, I would really sharpen lips a lot and some other parts. So I think this method is actually the best. Of course, we can paint a bit around the lips if we think it's a bit too much. So I'm pretty much done. Of course, don't forget about the eyes. We don't want to sharpen them. That would be not point, as we tried to get off of these pores before, and now we sharpen this area. So just I'm going to remove some of this, maybe a small blur, because actually I don't mind if I will sharpen a little bit eye inside. So just around the eye, like me. I hope I get off everything. So take a look if we left something. The other thing we can remove, I think sometimes it might sharpen a bit over here next to the hair when the hair are going to the face, so we don't want to destroy our face by this ugly hair. So I'm just going to paint around here a bit to get this off, and on the other side. So remove the area you don't want to sharpen, and right now we got a really nice effect actually. I can paint around here on the arm. So I think it might be a bit too strong, so let's zoom in once again, and we can adjust the strength of our sharpen. I think 100% is obviously too much, so I'm going to try with 50, and I think around 50% it's okay. It's very soft, even less. I don't want to sharpen this too much. So I think now we got really nice result. So that's how you sharpen your image. I think it's one of the best methods. Of course, there's few methods. I think for sure if that one is not the best, it's one of the best methods. So I highly recommend to work using this method. So we are done with all of the main retouch we had to do on our image. As you can see, we did really a lot of things. We correct the skin, we changed the shape, we fixed the lips, and all of the really important things we had to do in our high-end beauty retouch. And right now I'm going to show you a really amazing technique. And probably you heard about this technique because it's really important. It's a really powerful technique to improve our image, and is absolutely must-do technique on beauty retouch. And the technique I'm talking about is of course dodging and burning. So probably you heard about this before, and in this lesson I'm going to talk a little bit about dodging and burning, about different techniques of dodging and burning, and after this I'm going to use the technique I think it's the best and giving you really powerful flexibility, and we're going to work on this technique. And at first, let me explain what is dodging and burning. As the name says, burning is working with the dark areas of the image. We're going to burn the dark areas of the image, and what is going to do, as you can see, after all of this retouch, and when you see a very basic image, it's kind of a flat. It's really nice. Right now we have soft skin, but it's kind of a flat image. It doesn't have this kind of dynamic we can see on the images which exist on the magazine covers, etc. So we have to do dodging to improve the contours, to make this model really pop out from the image, to make this really sharpen, to make this dynamic. The same about dodging, we're going to improve the bright areas of the image, all of the white areas, to make really nice contrast. So how to use dodging and burning? There's three main techniques we can use dodging and burning. So at first I'm going to tell you a few words about these three techniques of dodging and burning, and then I'm going to work on the technique I think is the best and the technique I really highly recommend, which going to gives you really powerful flexibility of the work. As you probably know, Photoshop has a tool which is called dodge and a tool which is called burn. So how to use in the right way these tools? We're not going to create a stamp on the top, because when we work on the image, we're going to affect the image, so then we cannot do a step back. So every time you apply a new technique, we have to create new layer. So we're going to work with dodging or burning on the totally new layer to not affect all our work we've done before, or to not affect the image. So to use dodge and burn, we have to fill this layer with color gray, and why I'm going to explain you very soon. We have to press edit, fill, and fill this layer with 50% gray. Why I'm filling this with 50% gray? Because when we change our blending mode to soft light or overlay for a bit stronger effect, this gray layer is going to be invisible, as you can see. So when we work with dodging on burning on this layer, it's going to affect this gray layer, and the effect is going to apply to our image, but it's not going to affect any other layer. So when we use on this gray layer, the effect will be visible. But as you know, there's two separate things. It's dodging and burning. So we have to have two layers. So right now I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm going to press Ctrl or Command and J to have two layers. The bottom layer I'm going to call burn, and the next layer I'm going to call dodge. So this technique is the most basic, and I'm not really recommend this, and why you're going to see a bit later, because when we actually work on these layers, when we apply our effect, we cannot change this a bit later. We don't have the possibility to change the strength of this effect. We cannot do anything with this. However, I'm going to show you how to work with this. At first, I'm going to choose burn tool, as I'm going to work on this layer, and exposure